Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from El Magnifico Games, and today we are going to begin a playthrough of Myst Free Exile. I'm very excited to play this game since I recently played through the first two games in the Myst series on this channel, and they were both very good. So, let's get started.
I realized as our group linked back to Dunny that we should not restore the city as we had planned. The once magnificent buildings lay in ruin, testament to the hatred that had consumed them. Too many people had fallen victim to that hate, to the prejudice and greed from which it sprang. Gazing out across the cavern, I decided to write another age, one that would help the Dunny survivors begin again, free from the tragedies of their past. So with my wife, Catherine, supporting me, I put aside that past to write a future. More than a year has gone by since I finished writing Isha. I have a new daughter, who I hope will someday link to the age with me. And as I imagine Isha meeting the Dunny, those brave men and women who are building a new life for themselves, I realize I've been given another chance as well. A chance to learn from my mistakes and leave the past behind me once and for all.
Breathtaking, isn't it?
So, few interesting things from that intro. First of all, clearly the story is continuing from Myst 2, but a fair amount of time has passed. It's interesting that he mentions he now has a daughter, and he makes reference to the failures of his past when looking at the pictures of his sons, who, as far as we're aware, he... how should one put this delicately? He made sure that they wouldn't be a problem in the future in a very permanent way, so far as we can tell. So I say it's particularly interesting that he now has a daughter, or because that means that presumably his wife Catherine is still happy to be with him after his interaction with their sons. I also noticed a reference to Yisha, which I don't think we've met in game before. It's not clear who she is, but I suspect she's going to be important. Now, the first really notable thing is that, unlike the interface of the previous games, I can now apparently look around freely. There seems to be something of what's it called? Is it parabolic view? I'd have to double check. Interesting. So I'm on a balcony.
We call it Tamana. We moved here after Atreus finished writing Relation. He wanted us to have a new home too. I'm so glad to see you. I told Atreus our paths would cross again. He was just going to grab something for your trip to Relation, so he shouldn't be terribly long. Unless he decides to check over the whole house first, which means he could be hours resetting all his padlocks. But I know he was looking forward to introducing you to the Dunny, so he shouldn't be terribly long. Why don't you wait in his study?
So that's presumably Catherine and their new daughter, whom we haven't heard the name of yet, unless that is Yisha, but I'm assuming it isn't. Because the way he was talking about Yisha, it sounded like she was probably an adult. How do I move about? Oh, same as before, it would seem.
You know, this trip is exactly what Atreus needs right now. I haven't been able to get him out of the house for months, ever since he found his journals out of place. But seeing how well the Dunny have settled in on Relation should help him to finally relax.
Okay, so what are our options? We have two directions we can go in, it would seem. Goodness me, this new interface certainly makes the world feel a lot more real. It's good. Panoramic, that was the word I was looking for, wasn't it? Those are his two sons. Tamon, thank you for responding so quickly to my request for narrow padlocks. As you know, security in Tamana has become an important issue of late. Perhaps I'm overreacting, as Catherine suggests, but the idea that someone may have been sneaking into my study, reading all of my journals, disturbs me. After what happened to my library on Myst, after my own sons, Cyrus and Akanar, destroyed so many of my books, I've come to realise how delicate the link is to my worlds. I've never been able to repair those burned books, to link to each age and find out if the inhabitants survived. The padlocks won't change that situation, but they should ease my fear of trespassers considerably. Sincerely, Atreus. Right, better start making notes. Narrow padlocks, eh? That appears to be Catherine and one of their children, probably the daughter. Interesting. I wonder if that's a linking book to Relisha. Sorry, Relishan. I don't like the look of that. I've got a feeling that might be the book that... Oh, what was his name? Gen was trapped in. Then again, if it were, he wouldn't just leave it there, would he? That would be madness. Because he's just said about how he's worried about security. That is, if anything, the one book he really, really, really would not want to leave just lying around. Look closer at the cover. Oops. That says 5, doesn't it? Let me check my notes from the previous game. Also, it's lovely to see you, Dormio. Yeah, that says 5. So I suppose it could be a linking book to Riven as well. That's also a possibility. Oh, that actually would make sense, because I remember in the previous game, Atras saying about how the linking book he had was in a deteriorating condition, and that he could no longer see the image on the other side, but he could use various instruments to make measurements about the world. So perhaps that's what happened to the book. That would make sense. Interesting. So we're currently on Tamana. I wonder if this is a product of the native culture here, assuming there's a native culture. Then again, it did look fairly desolate when we looked off the balcony, didn't it? Perhaps this is things that the Denis have produced in praise of Atras. Well, this is strange. Those almost look like they're skeletons. What have we got here? Ah, this is Relishan.
Well, my friend, I see you found the Relishan book. Catherine tells me you've been here for some time. Sorry if I've kept you waiting. Since we'll be gone a few days, I needed to secure some of my things. And I also wanted to bring you this. It's a journal I kept while I was writing Relishan. I thought you might find it interesting to read about what I'd hoped to achieve, compared to what the age truly is. Well, just let me get my keys to unlock Relishan. We'll be off. Oh, and I'm interested in hearing what you've been up to in recent months.
Well, that was quite unexpected. I don't recognise the age of the Oh, I see. That's interesting. So the way he escaped was through the linking book. I was wondering exactly how he was teleporting around. So he inevitably ended up having to leave a book behind, which is how we're following him. That makes sense. The other thing I would note is I don't think this game has actually told us who we are yet. It's not clear whether we're the same character from the previous game, the previous two games, whom Atros abandoned on the decaying Riven, or if we're someone else entirely. Still, we should probably follow. I have no idea where he went. Oh, up here, presumably. This probably isn't going to go well, but... Huh. Okay. So, nothing for it but to look around, I suppose, see what we can figure out. Yeah, that seems to be just locked, doesn't it? So I wonder what we could... I presume we need to get in there, but I wonder how we do it. Is there some other button or switch we can manipulate which will unlock the doors, or do we need to get a hold of some sort of key? I don't see any evidence of a lock externally, nor did I see him have a key in his hand when he went in. So I'm guessing there's probably some external mechanism which can lock and unlock them. Whether he could override that from inside, I don't know. Oh well. Let's start exploring. So this is where we came in. This appears to be simply a telescope that's looking out to sea. Or not. I'm not sure what's going on there. Now that's interesting. So how many faces does this thing have? I think it's 3. Looks that way. Yes. That's plainly more than 90 degrees. Okay. I do not recognise what that is. I could only speculate. Hello. What do we have here? How odd. I don't seem to be able to do anything here. As in, I can't seem to interact with anything here. Which seems odd, because it feels like... It seems like there is something over there that I should be able to get to at some point. Can I get there from the other side? Hello. Here's our first puzzle. First puzzle of the game. Okay, that makes sense. So what, this raises and lowers the middle section? No, the right hand lever raises and lowers the left hand. What would you even call that? Lift? Okay. So they're just mirrored effectively. There we go. Oh. Nope. No such luck. I think this should do it. There we go. There we go. Now we should be able to get there. Nice little puzzle. So, where do we find ourselves? Huh. I am going to hazard a guess that that isn't supposed to be like that. Now, I learnt from the previous game that it's sometimes useful to close doors behind you, but in this case I don't seem to be able. Well, the only thing I can think to do is cause that barrel to roll in here and hope that it's large enough to get jammed in there so I can walk across. This may be a terrible idea, though. Speaking of terrible ideas, perhaps it's time for a save. Oh, I just had a thought. Does that show up in the original? Yes, it does. Okay, so they are synchronized. Because I have access to both the ScumVM menu and the original Myst free menu. Where was I? Okay, this needs to be up, presumably. And then if I do that, it should roll. Then where do I want it? I want to raise that side, so that goes down. And now I want to raise that side. Let's hope that worked. Why can't I seem to go down there? Oh, the ladder must be out of alignment. Yep, that's the problem. There we go. Can we get across now? We can. Wonderful. Interesting. Is there anything else I should be paying attention to before I start having a good look at that? Now this is curious. This wall looks like it's slightly mirrored. Yes, it is. Yet I do not have a reflection. Huh. I suppose I'm a vampire then. It's the only logical explanation. Clearly it couldn't be an engine limitation. Right, what are we looking at? Okay, that's interesting. So this is almost continuous. It can take almost any position. So it's not discrete as a lot of the puzzles most of the puzzles are. It doesn't have discrete states. That doesn't seem to do anything. Okay. So I suppose I'm looking for 4 positions on a circle somewhere. Somewhere else. And then perhaps I can activate this. Okay. Worth remembering. How many... I say it seems continuous, not discrete, but there are markings. How many markings are there around it? There seem to be 8. So that's worth remembering. If I end up finding a series of 4 numbers, all in the range 0 to 7 or 1 to 8, then it may be worth bearing in mind that may also be a useful combination for this particular puzzle. Okay. Well, that was an interesting distraction. Guess I should carry on looking. Ooh. Ooh. And this is the telescope-like device I saw from the other one. They seem to line up. And again, it looks almost as though there's a painting in there. It doesn't look like it's acting as a telescope, although it is hard to be sure. Where's that one pointing? Oh, to one over there. So this one's pointing over here. Sorry, the one over there is pointing to this one here, and this one here is pointing to yet another one over there. There's a lot going on here. Let's go up here first of all. And this one points back over there. No, it doesn't. This must be pointing to a different one that's over there. From the angle we're at, it almost looks like it's looking through this building. I assume it isn't. And yet again, we see the same image. What are these for? I can't turn them, can I? Oh, I can turn them. And now it's pointing at a red one. Okay. I still don't fully understand what the function of those these posts are, but it's good to know I can manipulate them. Right. Where to next? Down here, I suppose. There we go. Ooh, it looks like there's more further down. Goodness, there's a lot more here than I initially thought. No way across there, it would seem. Is that right? I can't scramble over this? I do feel as though you could scramble over this. I mean, you'd want to be careful, obviously. Oh, I can go down here. Ah. Hope this vegetation is safe. Can I not scramble up? Doesn't seem so. What? What is this? Some form of flora I can ride? Oh, I see. When I look at something, that's the moment the game decides to play a sound, and then the subtitles bring up the name of the sound. So this thing isn't labelling things I'm looking at, because that did seem a little bizarre. Okay. Back up we go. So yes, it doesn't seem like I can scramble over here to that, what I assume is a doorway. Can I not go down there somehow? A green one. And a blue one. I may have to start recording where these are and what colours they are. I'm sure it's no coincidence. Wait, hold on a minute. Did that do what I think it did? Right, so now it's looking at a blue one. I turn it again. And now it's looking at rocks, of course. It doesn't have another one of these faces on the other side, so it's not a telescope in the traditional sense. It must be redirecting. It must be redirecting the light. So it sees round a corner effectively. So I wonder if this is effectively the front of it, and then both of these see whatever it's looking at. Which is a blue one right now. Which would have to be over there, which doesn't seem to make sense. No. Okay, that was looking at rocks. Let's turn it, and now see what it can see. Now it can see a blue one. Okay. So these aren't pictures in here. It is responding to the world. So I guess the question is, where is the blue one of these? Is that it? Could be. Let's say that it is. That means this one is currently looking over there. This one must therefore be looking over here. That seems plausible. And this one I just don't know. It seems like it's not working like the other ones do. So this one sees whatever the next one along sees in a counterclockwise direction, And this one sees whatever its counterpart does. So it seems like this one's connected to there, and that one's connected to there. And this one is just an odd one out, I think. I think that must be right. Huh. How peculiar. And every time the same image on the odd one out lens. Okay. I'm probably gonna have to do a study of those to try and figure out exactly what's going on. But for now, let's continue exploring. I can go down here. Is this the way I came? I think it is. Yes. So this is the direction I haven't been in yet, I think. Here's the blue one. Again, the odd one out lens has the same image. Now that's interesting. What's going on here? Oh, this keeps getting stranger and stranger. There doesn't even seem to be anything here. Oh, stairs. So that's how I get down below. Okay, I'll come back here then. I haven't gone this way yet, and I assume there's considerably less to do here. Okay. I can turn it clockwise or anti-clockwise, and that turns to this thing. But it's not clear what that's actually doing. Okie doke. Let's go down below and hope for some answers. There we go. Down here. Whistling rock. How strange. We can get in. Very nice. Okay, that seemed to be a single-use thing. Huh. A lot of what seem like single-use mechanisms in this dwelling. Assuming this is a dwelling. That makes me nervous. Because if it was up to begin with, there must be a mechanism to bring it up. And I don't particularly want to get trapped here. Okay, we've come out on another side. Interesting. We're at the other... Oh, I see. I didn't realise there were... The ladder kept going down, so we could have come here earlier if we'd gone the other side. What on earth? Well, I'm not on Earth, am I? I don't even know where I am. What in this strange age? Okay. Interesting. That doesn't seem to have done anything. Okay, well, let's go in and hope we don't get trapped. Okay, yeah, this is a dwelling. If I'm lucky, maybe I can find a record of something here. Oh, I haven't even read the book that Atris gave me yet. Interesting. Okay, here we go. Perhaps we'll get some answers. I've done it. I've used his swirling linking book to follow him. I touched my palm to its glowing panel and felt the tingling begin. There was a sudden, sickening lurch inside my stomach. Then I fell into the page. This has happened before, I know it. It happened the first time I came to this place, when I followed his murdering sons from Naranya. Interesting. Make a note of that. Naranyan. Narayan, sorry. It happened when I used his hidden books, and it happened when I finally opened the machine, right before the fog first ate my mind. I'm gonna make a quick note of that symbol. I have no idea what it means, but it seems like it isn't there by accident. The fog didn't find me this time. When I opened my eyes, I was alone in a room. I was standing in the home of my betrayers. I couldn't move. I was afraid. I thought they'd know that I had come and would be waiting for me, just like they had waited inside this very tusk. I was afraid they would tie me up again, that the poison snakes would strike. But the silence was unbroken. The whole house was still, and without really knowing what I did, I started to search. Every room, every floor, every cabinet. I found his journals, Atris's never-ending journals. I found the book that brought me back to this world, the lesson world he calls Imamine? Is that Imamine? Can't quite read it. I'll write that down as a provisional name. Tamira seems to be someone dear to him. Several references to this fog that eats minds. That's also worth writing down. How much of my life has been eaten by the fog? The face I see in the lagoon isn't one I remember ever wearing. It's so much older, so much more savage, and it is me. It is Saavedro. Saavedro, and I remember what they did, how they led my people to death. I've returned several times now to Mana. I'm searching for some sign of his sons. I was certain they would run back to their father, but so much time has passed, so many years in which to forget my people. Is that what happened, Atris? Safe in your beautiful new home, enjoying life with your dear wife and family? Did you become so busy in visiting new worlds that you forgot the ones you'd already created? I must be very careful. I must not let them know that I am free. I'll read what journals I can find to figure out where his two sons are hiding. And when I've found the sons, again, when I've got the whole family together, I'll bring them down. Atris and his family will suffer the way I have suffered for years. Cirrus and Akinar are not in Tamana. Every day I become more and more convinced Atris's sons are not there. What happened, Atris? Did you grow tired of them? The way you tired of Naranyan? Did you abandon them the way you abandoned my people behind your shield? It doesn't matter. I can still take revenge against their father, now that I'm no longer stuck on Imamine. I can avenge all the people in my world. I've already reopened his other books. I've begun making changes in those worlds, using his own lessons against him. There's still much more work to be done, but eventually I will lure him into this tusk. I'll find some way to make him follow me here from Tamana. For now I will concentrate on the Orbiter. It is not a natural part of its world. The material that creates it is like nothing I've seen. It reminds me just a little of the shield, and if it is the same material, it can't be damaged. These look like interesting diagrams, but I don't know their significance. But perhaps I can damage the other devices. No, it cannot be true. Surely his journals deceive me. He says he brought them back. He says he's given his Denis brethren new life. But how? How can one man have so much power? How can one man's writing reawaken a dead world? I don't know what this means. By all that is sacred. Tamira, what can it mean? It doesn't change a thing. I can still continue as planned. I can still seek revenge for my people. I will make my enemies suffer. By the weaving, Tamira, this changes everything. I found a way to reprogram his scanning device. It requires scavenging parts from another mechanism in the tusk, but I think the gears I leave can still be operated by hand. Interesting. Still not quite understanding the significance of these diagrams. It is finished. All is ready. Ooh. I've just noticed I haven't been keeping track of these symbols at the top. Let's see. I do wonder if they could be numbers. Numbers in the Naranyan language, perhaps? Well, I don't mean language, do I? Writing system. Numeral system. So that's 5, presumably. Is that 7? Yes. Let's make sure I'm counting properly. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11. Thirteen. Hold on. Is the bottom stroke always vertical? Yes, I mistook that as being diagonal. I thought that was one line. It's not. It's 2 lines. Where were we? 11, 13. Where were we? 13, 15. Okay. Let's go back a bit. How far did I read? I read past that, didn't I? I found a way to pre-program a scanning device. It requires scavenging parts from another mechanism in the tusk, but I think the gears I leave can still be operated by hand. It's finished. All is ready for Atrus's arrival. Tonight I will sleep among the ghosts. Then tomorrow I will link into Tamana. When I link out, I'll be carrying his book. May the spirits of my people serve to guide me in this. Okay. So assuming these are page numbers, let's see if I can reconstruct his numeral system. Okay, well, he goes to 2-digit on page 5. How many... Let's see, in base 2, 5 is going to be 101. So it's got to be more than that. In base 3, it's going to be... What's it going to be? It's going to be 1, 2. So it could be that. In base 4, it's going to be 1, 1. Well, we know that those aren't the same symbol. So logically, am I dealing with a base 3 here? Let's see. But I've seen 4 symbols, haven't I? There's those 2. And there's this one, which is also unique. That brings us up to 3. And then there's that one. Unless that number's 0, not 1. Assuming we're even starting from 1. I don't know for certain there weren't pages before here that have been lost. I can't help but note that these are 2 pages apart and 2 more lines are added. Hold on. These are 2 apart, and we have an entirely new symbol added here, which seems to consist of 2 lines. This seems more like a tally than a base. Okay, how many lines are there in total? Wait, if this is a tally, then why hasn't he got the little curve at the top here? Why has he started on another one before that's finished? Hello, Yisha. It's a pleasure to see you again. As you can see, I've discovered... what was his name? Saavedra's journal. And I'm currently hypothesizing that these are page numbers at the top. And I'm trying to figure out what their numeral system is. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I imagine you'd have liked to have seen the stream from the start. But um, but apart from the inconvenience to you, of course, I don't mind if you're a little late. That's perfectly okay. Yes, I think Twitch holds on to the videos for 2 weeks, but I also upload all my videos to YouTube as well, and they go all the way back. How am I doing? Um, what, in myself or in the game? In the game, got that sense of being a little bit overwhelmed, as you often do when you first enter a new age. Yeah, I'm doing alright otherwise. Thank you for asking. How are you doing? Yeah, being a tally is a bit implausible because 4 pages have gone past here, and yet he's only added 2 symbols. Two lines, I should say. I suppose they could be dates. Oh, it's your birthday. Congratulations. I hope you have a wonderful day. Okay, if these were at least in increasing order, but they weren't the page numbers, they were something more like a date, then they could be a simple base system. A number system with a specific base. Because earlier on I was looking at the numbers and debating whether we're looking at, you know, a numeral system in a particular base, or if we were looking at a tally. Because it wasn't clear why he would go from a number like this to assuming they're numbers, a number like this to a number like that in just 2 pages. Because if this is in some sort of base, then that is a big, big jump. If it's a tally, then it's not. I'll tell you what it's almost like. It's almost as though It's almost as though it's something slightly more complex, as if you have a number like this, and then you start filling out another digit, and then when that digit's full, then you put an extra line up there, and then you start filling out another digit, and then carry on. And so presumably when that one had completed, he'd put a line over that one. But that would be a bizarre way to do it, because doing it that way you lose the advantage of a tally. The advantage of a tally is that you never have to erase anything. You can always increment in the tally by just adding lines. You never have to go back and change anything. Whereas in this case, you clearly would have to. Again, if we assume they're in increasing order, this has 4 lines. One there, one there, one there, one there. And then we go forward, so now it has 3 lines. And this has gained a line. Okay, for the sake of argument, let's imagine this was a simple base system. And let us assume that the individual digits are more like a tally, where the where its value is equal to its number of lines. That would mean that this is the greatest they have, which is what, 6 lines? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. Okay, so we might be dealing with base 7. So 7's the first number that requires 2 digits. That would make this 5. This would then be 5 7s and 2, which is going to be 37. This is 5 7s and 4, so that's 39. This would be 6 7s, so 42 plus 3, so 45. This would be 6 7s and 5, so 47. This would be 7 36s, sorry, 6 36s and 5 7s and 2. This seems to be increasing too quickly. Like, there are just absolutely massive jumps if that's what he's doing. So I think that does rule out a base system. It just seems so improbable that it would suddenly jump by, what is it, over 100 out of nowhere? What's it going to be? Would be going from 47 to 6 times 36. Sorry, I did that wrong, didn't I? Because it should be 6 times 7 squared. So that's going to be 6 times 49. 6 times 49 is going to be 294. Plus the rest. 294 plus, and that's 5 times 7, so 35, plus 2. So that would then leave us at 300 and 20... No, 31, I think. Yes, I think that must be right. And we'd just come from, if that was how they were doing it, 6 sevens, 42 plus 5, 47. So that would mean that it suddenly jumped by 180. No, 70. No, I was right the first time. 184, I think? No, 284. What am I thinking? Of course it would be. Yeah, 284. That would be a jump of 284. Just out of nowhere. So, and that gap is only going to get bigger the larger the base system. So I think it's reasonable to conclude that it's not a... It's not... It doesn't have the same structure as Arabic numerals. I would predict that the order of these would be starting with... I don't have an example of this yet, but I would guess that it would start with a vertical line, then a vertical line and a line connecting to it coming from left to right. Then it's going to be this symbol. Then it's going to be that symbol with an additional line like that. Then like that. And then presumably the one with the little curve at the top. Like that. Let's go back to... Can they really be page numbers? Because why would you have a number that looks like it should be at least 5 at the start? It's this jump that is really confusing me. You says you don't want hints, right? It depends. If I'm completely barking up the wrong tree, I don't mind being told. You know, this isn't worth your time. Or if I'm really stuck and I ask for help, obviously. I must say, with the way it's increasing, It does seem a lot more like a tally. I mean, an interpretation, I'm not saying this is the right one, is that could be 5. Why it's starting on 5, I don't know. Then this could be 5 and 2. So that would be 7. Then this one could be 5 and 4, so 9. Then this could be the symbol for having 2 5s, which would make it 10 and 3, which would be 13. This would then be 10 and 5, which would make it 15. And this would then be 10 and 5 and 2, which would make it 17. That seems like a far more likely progression. What would that mean for the numeral system? That would make it very much like Roman numerals, wouldn't it? Okay, this is complete and utter guesswork on my part. I'll have to refine my theories as I come across these numbers in the future. I think this is some sort of Roman numeral system. I think they have the numbers 1 to 5, whereby each additional line adds 1 to it. So almost like a tally. And then that's a symbol for 10. Complete and utter guesswork. Oh well. Let's have a look at the book Atris left us, since I haven't read it yet. I've always feared this day would come. For years, Catherine and I have dreamed of restoring Denis. We have dedicated our lives to the task, taking it upon ourselves to locate the citizens of Denis and convince them to return to their ruined city and rebuild. Our dream has become the dream of so many now, and the progress we have made towards achieving it is something of which we all stand proud, but I know now that it has been a mistake. It's funny, because wasn't that the same grand goal of Gen? You didn't seem particularly fond of him. Then again, it may have been his methods that you found particularly objectionable. The city of Denis should not be restored. It should stand forever in ruins, as both a symbol of our past mistakes and a memorial to all who lost their lives when Denis fell. The devastating events of recent months, the war on tyranny, that's a new one, isn't it? That is a new one. What was that? The events of recent months, the war on tyranny and the death of Uta. In particular, have driven this truth home to me quite forcefully. If we rebuild the city walls today, are we not giving approval to the very illness that destroyed a civilization in the first place? Are we not setting ourselves up to repeat the pattern again in future generations? I've put much thought into this tonight and have found only one solution. If we, the men and women who survived the downfall of today, are to thrive, then we must break the pattern of hatred which has destroyed so many lives. We must begin our civilization anew. And we can only do that if I write us a new age. I've spoken with Catherine about this and she agrees. I only hope the others will see it as well. Will these people never cease to amaze me? I thought they would object to my decision. After all, most of them linked back to Denise specifically to see the city rebuilt, but when I told them why we should not restore it, their response was immediate and unanimous. Whereas yesterday they thought of only rebuilding, today they concentrate solely on salvage. They intend to take from their ruined city only that which is best and move on. Everywhere I look, the enthusiasm for this task is obvious. It heartens me, even as I face my own monumental contribution. I have written many ages in my lifetime, from my first timid attempts under the tyrannical tutelage of my father to my most recent accomplishment, Averon. Make a note of that. Never before has so much been riding on my skill. The age I'm about to write must be all I ever imagined and more. How am I going to achieve it? Catherine laughed this morning when she saw me drudging out my old notebooks. I must have been quite the picture, sitting near the embers of a fire, surrounded by countless commentaries and journals. Some of them seemed more dust than paper, but the hours I spent sifting through them was worth it. Interesting. That looks like... that's a location that we may end up visiting in the future. Ideas for what this new age might be are tumbling around in my head. There are almost too many to catch hold of. Obviously, I must choose some starting point as my anchor. Writing ages is a science, a precisely stretched structure of equation of words. Let me say that again. Obviously, I must choose some starting point as my anchor. Writing ages is a science, a precisely structured equation of words. Every equation needs its foundation and underlying concept around which the age can develop. In the past, I've written my books around whatever idea intrigued me most at the time. I wanted to discover how the age to which the book linked would manifest the results of that idea. Sometimes civilizations had arisen, sometimes they had not. But whether society had come to exist on the age or not, it was often in response to whatever concept the book I had written embodied. This time my search for a concept must be weighed very carefully. I already have the civilization I wish to see develop. I know our history as a people, and the paths we have followed to arrive here. Today I must write a book which will link to an age that will allow us to continue on our way, growing ever stronger as one people. What underlying concept must this new age reflect that will best allow our civilization to thrive? I fear I must think on this some more. It has taken me some time, but I may have found my anchor. It came to me as I was considering what I know about the survivors of Denis. We have seen so much tragedy in our lives, from the destruction of the city to the suffering and loss of loved ones due to plague and deprivation. Yet even in the midst of these adversities, my kinsman and I have found the strength to keep going. We have tapped into our individual strengths and transformed ourselves into something much stronger. It is a characteristic I have seen in several of my ages, whenever I have focused my writing on the inherent energy sources in a world. Long ago, Grandmother taught me that no life, no possibility for life in an age exists without the presence of energy. By tapping into its latent energy sources, an age moves out of stasis. It grows, transforms, and develops. Energy is the underlying fuel that powers all activity. To put it more simply, energy powers future motion. Yet, as Grandmother also liked to remind me, energy in an age takes on diverse forms. Each one has strengths and weaknesses of its own. How many forms will this new age contain? Which type will be its dominant theme? Tomorrow I will link back to Myst, and from there revisit several of my ages. Perhaps in my old world I will discover new ideas. I had almost forgotten how playful it is to revisit Myst. In the 10 years since my sons... 10 years has passed. Cyrus and Achenar left me trapped on Kavir Island and burned so many of my books. Let's write that down. I think that says Kavir. Where was I? And burned so many of my books. Catherine and I have rarely linked back. I told myself we were always too busy, first with writing ages like Averon, then with searching the ages of Dani for survivors. I always said we would spend more time on Myst eventually. The truth is, I've been avoiding the age. Seeing the island in its current condition ignites such anger and grief. I am immediately reminded of the betrayal of my sons, as well as the cruelty and greed with which they plundered my ages. I know I am partly responsible for these acts. I constantly wonder if there was something I could have done to reach out to the boys before. Enough. Nothing could change the tragedies of the past. Like my Dani kinsman, I must salvage what is best and move on. Perhaps in the process I shall find forgiveness and hope. Once again I am back on Myst Island, having completed a lengthy sojourn from several of my ages. The trip itself was not as inspiring as I had hoped. The Selenitic age was especially disturbing, but has it not always been so? Oh, which one was that? Selenitic age. Was that the one with all the underground tunnels and it was volcanic on top? Because I think that was the age that I never found the proper name for. Whereas all the other ones I think I did. Going back to my notes from Myst 1. Yeah, Stone Ship. Channel Wood. There was a mechanical age as well, wasn't there? And I do have one written down here as just Meteor, because I never knew the proper name of it. I wonder if that's the Selenitic age. But has it not always been so? The very first time I linked to the age, its uninhabited landscape was shaking with tremors. Yes, that is the one. At the time, I felt it was because the energy in the age was unfocused, or if it were at war with itself. Stability finally came, but even after it did, I never truly felt comfortable there. I missed the more natural balance of ages like Channelwood. Perhaps that is the lesson to take home with me. The Dani, too, have faced much turmoil in their history. Their lives have been unsettled enough. Perhaps I should be striving to offset the energy that already exists within our civilization by providing it with a more stabilized environment in which to grow, an environment in which the natural equilibrium of the world serves as a counterpoint to the upheavals of civilization. The more I consider it, the more I wonder if I should make nature the foundation of this new age. Worlds like Channel would attain equilibrium quite easily, primarily because of one reason: nature encourages mutual dependence. As one life withers and dies, it provides nourishment so that another might live. Plants become food for other animals, and the waste products animals cannot absorb become nutrients to sustain the other plants. So long as nothing intrudes to upset this balance, nature can maintain itself indefinitely. An interesting metaphor to set as an example for my people. I think I'll confer with Catherine on this subject. Her ages always exhibit symbiosis more dramatically than mine. Perhaps she should help me write this new age. I'm so tired I can barely think right now, but I will force myself to stay focused, for I have not written anything in days. The moment I linked back to Dani, I was besieged with requests for my assistance. Master Tamon wanted to consult over which stonecutters were worth salvaging. Right, let's make a note of that. Master Tamon. And did I think the rock in this new age would be difficult to sound? Omer and Essel need my opinion about a new history they have uncovered. Should they hold off on starting its translation, or would paper supplies be scarce in the new age? There were so many questions needing answers, I barely had time to see Catherine. She, of course, laughed at my dilemma, saying that I had no one to blame but myself. After all, I was the one who encouraged the Denis to start over. Naturally, they would look to me to keep them moving in the right direction, unless some other force stopped in to change that view. Unless some other force stepped in to change that view. Her words made me realise a fundamental principle I had thus far been ignoring. All the time, I have been debating whether to make energy or nature the underlying framework for this age, but there is another equation to consider. An age based solely on the future motion of energy will face constant upheavals, most likely at the cost of tranquility. And an age based solely on the mutual dependence of nature can become so balanced over time it may cease to tolerate change. Yet to continue to grow as a people, Denis civilizations need both occasional upheavals followed by periods of balanced stability. I've seen such situations occur naturally on several of my ages. Each time it was because I centered the writing around some dynamic force that I decided to make prevalent in the age. Such forces allow the balance between forward motion and mutual dependence to fluctuate. As one concept takes precedent, the other recedes until another force surfaces to change things. As Catherine's insightful comment reminded me, dynamic forces spur change. I'm too tired to think more on this tonight. Hopefully in the morning, my thoughts will coalesce. Catherine surprised me today. Apparently while I was off visiting my ages, she linked to Myst by herself. She did not say so, but I could tell that her visit had been painful. More than ever now, I am convinced we must find a place to begin again ourselves. Perhaps when I have written this new age for the Denis, I will put some thought into where Catherine and I might live. I cannot believe I did not see it before. All this time I have been struggling to describe the perfect age for the Denis. I have considered and then rejected several underlying concepts which I felt might best set the course for their future, as if I alone should determine how Denis civilization will grow. In my own way, I have become as egotistical as my father. In truth, I owe the realization to Catherine. Sensing my indecision about the new age, she led me on a walk around Denis. Salvaging efforts were well underway, with teams of people securing the ruined harbour district. As I watched my Denis kinsmen deciding which parts of their culture to retain, I realised they do not need me to determine their future. They are quite capable of setting its course by themselves, regardless of what age I write. This realisation has opened my eyes to the best way of approaching my task. I no longer need to worry about which underlying concept, energy, nature, or dynamic forces I should make prevalent in the age. Rather, I must strive to include them all. I must write a balance of systems into the descriptive book, enough so that Denis people will constantly be challenged to attain their ultimate potential. As grandmother often pointed out to me when she spoke about the ages back on Myst, balanced systems stimulate civilizations. At last I feel I'm ready to begin writing this age. Indeed, I'm eager to begin, and I've already come up with the perfect name. I know grandmother would have loved it. Of course, Catherine could tell the moment I turned to her that I had finally found my starting point. I babbled on excitedly for some time before I noticed the smile she was hiding. When I saw it enough to grow suspicious, she handed me one of my oldest age books. She must have picked it up when she linked back to Myst, seeing the name Inanin. Emblazed on the book cover. I think that's an I. Okay, I did have a note about this age before, but I think I misread it. So in Anin. I could only shake my head. The one age I never got around to revisiting was the one that might have helped me the most. How foolish was I to have completely forgotten it. I think after I finish this work I should take one final trip, if only to help restore an old fool's memories. Now where did I read that before? Did I read that in Saavedra's journal? Ooh. I found the book that brought me back to this world, the lesson world he calls Inanin. See, I thought those were M's, that's why I wrote it down wrong. I found the book that brought me back to this world. So is that where I am now? That would be very interesting if that's the case, because that would suggest that Atris came to visit this world first, and then that allowed Saavedro. That's what gave Saavedro access to the world he and Catherine were in, which I've forgotten the name of. The age, I should say. Tamana, I think it was. Okay, that's very interesting. So if I'm right, that means Atris has been here. Recently, I mean. Oh, hello. So that's just creating a magnetic field, I think, using electricity. Is there a way I can open these books at any time? Yes. Okay, right-clicking allows me to move the cursor freely off the rest of the screen. What do we have here? How curious. It appears to be a lift. If I pull that again, will it come back down? wonder why it does that whole rotating business. Ah. Off we go. That's a touch disconcerting, being able to look down like that. That must be Saavedra.
Atris? Is that you? Come to rescue your book so soon? Not yet, old friend. Not yet.
Interesting. Let's have a quick save there. He appears to have gone. Oh, that's suboptimal. This won't even open. I wonder if there's a way to rotate this. Okay. Let's carry on exploring then. I never did figure out what was up with these machines, did I? Still no way in. Okay. Still no clue how to operate this machine. So, where to start? I feel like these things aren't here by accident. They must be, they must be doing something of value. I just don't know what that thing is. So that's that one over there. Okay, we have a red one. Going... Which way is that? That's counterclockwise, isn't it? If the center's in that direction, then that would be counterclockwise. We have a purple one. And going clockwise, we have a blue one, is that? Yes. Blue. But then there's a yellow one. There's a green one over there. And a yellow one over there. There's a broken one. Ah. So that's what this one over here is. It's presumably a broken one of these. Hold on, let's go back then. That being the case. What ones can the blue one see? The blue one can see the green one, as we established earlier. If I turn it around, can it see any others? Can it see the red one, for example? No, the blue one can only see yellow and green. Okay. And the yellow one can see the broken one. And whatever that is. Presumably in this direction. Oh, it's the door. Understood. I think it's the door. Certainly something up there. Okay, where were we? We have the broken one. And if we go round... I don't want to go down, do I? I guess I get to the green one the other way. If I go all the way around the other way. Hold on. Let's have... how do I get back up to where the door is? Oh, up here. I just want to see if I can... Yeah, I can't quite see what I'm looking at from the yellow one. Right, where were we? So you have the red one here that can see the purple one and the blue one, I believe. Hold on, can the red one not see the blue one? I thought it could. No, it can't. Okay. The blue one just happens to be next one around. I shall bear that in mind. We don't want to be here, do we? Or do we? How do I get down? I guess I have to go the long way round? Yes. Round here. Now we get to the purple one. What can the purple one see? The yellow one. Is that it? And the red. That appears to be it. What can the yellow one see? The purple one. And the yellow one can see the red. But the red one definitely can't see the yellow, is that right? should be able to, shouldn't it? Have I made a mistake there? Oops. How odd. I'd have thought it would have been able to. Hmm. Which building's that? Is that a building I don't have access to yet? Or if I do, I don't know how to get to it. Seems like it, doesn't it? Seems like I should be able to get over there. This thing I never figured out. I know that I can interact with it, but I've no idea what it's doing. So let's see, there's red, purple, blue, green and yellow. And there's a broken one. Probably orange. If I had to have a guess. Aha, that's how I do it. What is this? What a strange contraption. Seems like this wants a combination of some sort. Okie dokie. Just want to test something. Where is it? Does interacting with this move the contraption we just saw? On the cliff. Not that I can tell. Interesting. Where did this go again? This is a different red one, isn't it? This is a different red one. Oh, isn't this getting more and more curious? I wasn't expecting that. Is there any significance of having them lined up? Am I even allowed to have them lined up? Can I have the red pointed at the green and the green pointing at the red at the same time? Doesn't seem like it, does it? Oh, I can. Don't seem to have done anything though. Interesting. Oh, yes. There was this area I'd completely forgotten about. Another area I don't seem to have access to yet. Yes, that's looking at the second red one, not the first red one. Okay. Very interesting. Not all that useful thus far. Doesn't seem to bring us any closer to solving anything. So what is there to do? You could argue figuring out what this thing does. Huh? Okay, this is making more sense. So that's what I was doing all along. I was rotating the gap. I just didn't know the gap existed. Alright, this is progress. So the question is, where would we want to shine the light? Well, hold on, I just want to... What will that look like if I shine the light through it, or am I not allowed? I'm probably not allowed. That took me a while to realise as well. Did just like you did. Spinning. Huh, okay, it spins. Yes. I knew it spinned from when I was exploring earlier. I didn't realise it could light up though. I don't think I'd spun it around enough that I had seen that opening. Even. Okay, so where have I taken the light? It was on the yellow one. Is this yellow? This is yellow. What can yellow see? The blue. So we've sent it to the blue one. From there I can send it where? To the green one, I think. It's losing intensity though. That's much brighter. Where have I sent it? To the green one more brightly. Okay. I'll assume that's what I'm supposed to do. Let's head over to the green one. Down here, isn't it? Specifically round here. Then where? Is it down here I have to go? I think it is. I think it's round here, and then up the steps. Then it goes to red 2. And judging by the brightness, that's probably where I'm supposed to be sending it. But, just to confirm that. Yeah. It seems like it shines most brightly when I send it in the direction it's expecting. Oh, not necessarily. Oh, okay, that makes sense. So when there is that one side that doesn't work as you'd expect, isn't there? That one. Can I ever get the light to shine through that? Possibly I just did. Yeah, that's not helping me. Okay, I was just curious. So now it's going to the other... That's going to red 2. What good's that? Am I even sending it in the direction I want to? That's sending it to yellow. And from yellow, I think I could shine it on the door if I wanted. Is that right? Something like that. I can shine it on the thing I couldn't identify before. So let's figure out what, if anything, that gets us. Oh dear. No, I can't. I'm mistaken. Okay, is there any value in sending it to the purple one? That's probably not beneficial, but I could send it back here. I think I must have made a mistake somewhere on my diagrams. Which is why I was a little confused. So which ones have we been past so far? We've gone from yellow. Oh, there's 2 yellows. That's why I'm so confused. There's a yellow one over here, and the one that the light directly connects to is also yellow. Okay, we'll call that one yellow 2. So the first one we'll call yellow 2 because that's the one that I discovered second, I think. I think I discovered that one first. Doesn't really matter which way round it is. Okay, that makes sense. That's why my diagrams were so strange, because I'd failed to recognise that there were 2 yellow ones. What's that doing? Ah, that's going over to the... the door on the tusk by the cliff. Hello. Isn't that curious? So that would presumably allow us to convert a colour combination into a button combination. Ah, so that's what I could see through the red one before, and I just couldn't work out what it was. It wasn't the door up there, it was this door. That makes sense. I'm guessing then that the other direction I can put the red one in isn't useful at all. I think that's all of them, isn't it? Yeah, that's using all of those contraptions, so that probably is the way round it's supposed to... This probably is all functioning as intended, other than there being a broken one there. Right, so just for curiosity's sake, where else can I put the beam of light? Out to sea. So yeah, that's not very useful. Okay, so that seems to be a puzzle solved. The only problem is, since I don't have any sort of... since I don't have a sequence of colours anywhere, that's not actually helping all that much. So I guess I should look around for a sequence of colours. I mean, I'm surrounded by colours, but I don't see anywhere colours in a pattern that I really would think, oh, that's a sequence. Hello, Tada, for real. It's lovely to see you again. Yes, quite. If only I had a sequence of colours. Sequence equals an order from start to finish. Yes. I mean, I could just guess the order of the rainbow, but that would be going round it counterclockwise, which seems like it would be a bit simple. Not that people in real life don't sometimes have simple passwords. I can't help but think there's probably more to it than that. Just to be sure, there wasn't anything in his book, was there? I'm fairly certain there wasn't. I certainly don't remember reading a sequence of colours anywhere. No. Nothing that immediately stands out to me. Actually, let's leave the other way. How do I do that? Ah, there. Oh, it could be the order of the lights themselves, couldn't it? Which I conveniently wrote down. Well, I'm calling them lights, the reflectors. It could be the order of the colour of the reflectors. Slightly embarrassing, I didn't think of that before, really. Let's try that. So, yellow, green, red, yellow, purple, red. Oh. Could it be the sequence in reverse? Red, purple, yellow, red, green, yellow. Let's hold on. Let's try it the other way around once more, because I didn't try the door. Yellow, green, red, yellow, purple, red. Let's retrace the lights and the reflectors, sorry, and see if the mirrors, I should probably call them. Let's see if I got the order wrong. Yellow goes to yellow goes to blue. Okay, I did make a mistake then. Not quite sure I'm being so incompetent tonight, but apparently I am. Then to green. Okay, that was my mistake. Let's try that again. So, it should have been yellow to blue to green to red to yellow to purple to red. Oh, wonderful. Oh, a 6-pointed star. We're not in Denis territory, clearly. This looks very familiar. This looks very, very familiar indeed. So that's one of the devices I found earlier. Or it's of the same design as one of the devices I found earlier. It's got a little diagonal line there, doesn't it? What happens if I move all of them onto it? Nothing. No clues there. Very pretty. Not much help, though. Let me check the other one for comparison. I wonder if I have to do the combination again when I come back. Possibly not. Possibly I do. So yes, let's check the other one for reference. Nope. Where? Up here. Round here. Down here. And in here. Ah, this is different. This one has a little cross. I'm missing a piece of the puzzle, aren't I? Out of curiosity, what if anything happens if I redirect the light to where the broken one is? I'm assuming nothing. Does seem like a lot of nothing, doesn't it? I have to do the combination again. Which was yellow, blue, green, red, yellow, purple, red. Let's have a quick save here, actually. How challenging. I can't think of any other puzzles that I know exist that I haven't finished yet. I mean, more broadly, how to get into here. But not a part of the world I can interact with. Whose function I either don't know or haven't got working. I can't think of anything else I haven't done yet. I suppose, strictly speaking, there was this bit down here, how to get over there. But that's not part of the world I can interact with. Is there anything over here I can interact with which I've just not spotted? Don't think so. Down here? That looks like it's just some sort of light. Oh, this was a strange thing. Yes, I haven't gotten to the bottom of this, have I? Well, all it seems to be able to do is constantly repeat one of two different sounds. Three sounds. Four sounds. What if I have it make the rock whistling noise? Okay, there's one of four sounds it can make. I just thought of another thing I never fully figured out. It was down here, wasn't it? Where was it? Over here. This thing. Squee chirps. So I could use that to have it grow the vegetation and then presumably climb up. There we go. The only thing I can't work out is why did the scree come out this time, but not the time before? Because when I did it before, it'd like poke its head out and then run back in. This time it was happy to come out all the way. Here we go. Progress. This one's green, is it? I know one of them was red, and I think the other one I didn't notice the colour. So, I now have access to 3 of these rooms. And I still don't have the foggiest how I utilize them. So what colour is this one, if any? Yellow. So I have yellow, green and red rooms at the moment. Hello, Jack the Avenger. Sorry, I was just consulting my notes there for a minute. That's why I went so... Oh no, this is blue. I think. There's blue there. That looks different. The reflection looks distinctly different. Is it a reflection? Or am I looking at the other side? Could this be translucent glass? Am I looking at the other side here? And if I solve this, would I then get access to it? Let's have a quick visit of the other ones again and compare notes. Oh, thank you for the offer, Jack. I appreciate it. If I require help, which I may do, then I will let you know. For now, I'm happy to keep struggling on. Oh, that's also blue. Yes, it's the internal lights that seem to vary. So I go back to my original hypothesis that the room I was in before was yellow. That one's green. So you unlocked all the rooms. I don't know. I've unlocked 3 rooms. There could be more that I don't know about. The main issue is in each room there seems to be some sort of combination lock, and I don't know the combination. This is also yellow. So, not much help there. Yeah, so these locks. What's that? That's left to right going... Well, it's top left to bottom right. Pretty sure this one was a cross, wasn't it? Yes. The environment in these games are top. They do indeed seem to be very good, don't they? I'm particularly struck by how much the new interface that lets you look all around in a sphere seems to make the world seem more vivid, more real. I started with Myst, the first game, and I've been slowly making my way through them. Slowly being the operative word. Okay, this is top left to bottom right as well. So this is more similar to the one on the cliff. I noticed the other two didn't seem to have the same glass. The glass that I'm not sure if it's reflective or translucent. Ah, I struggle with that one and haven't played through it. Riven is the one I like the most, and Myst 5 doesn't count towards the series, in my opinion. Fair enough. I'm sure I'll get to it eventually. What am I missing? There's something I'm clearly missing. Definitely nothing in here, was there? That's interesting. That looks like it could be some sort of combination of something. Mystery is a bit easier than the other titles. Interesting. So far, I think I found Ribbon the hardest. How do I get down there again? Oh, I remember. It's down here, isn't it? And then down here. And then over here. Oh, that did that, didn't it? When I first came in. Because there's a few mechanisms in this building that seem to be one time only, which is a bit strange. That was interesting. It looked like if I could get this to stop part way up, there may have been another area I could access. Oh, he's gone. How would I do that? What happens if I activate this now? Okay, it shuts. Wait, am I going mad? I could have sworn there was something I passed on the way up. Apparently I am mad. Doesn't appear to be anything there. Be nice if I could rotate this though, so that I could get into the area that Saavedra was in. That's not going to be easy when I looking at the way this is constructed. Still absolutely no clue about those devices in the 3 rooms. Which I assume must be some sort of combination lock. I feel like that's a clue in some way. I just don't know how. Just don't know in what way. What could I be missing? It feels like there must be something that I've ignored or skipped past or something. Something I haven't taken note of. What could it be? So that must be something he salvaged. That's peculiar. It looks like there's a pinkish stone sticking up, and then you look in close and they're all blue. Is there an area in this game that I have access to which I haven't been to so far? What can I see? It feels like these... There should only be 3 of them. I think that's one of them. I think that's the one... No, it's not, is it? I was gonna say, I think that's the one that I could... That might be. By the one that you get to with... The one that you get entry to by moving that barrel. I think that this might be that tusk. I think it must be, thinking about it. And there's this tusk here, and there's this tusk here. So that should be all of them. I've been over here, I've been around here. I think that's probably supposed to be reflecting what's behind me, though again, I don't seem to have any reflection. What have I overlooked? Yes, this is the entry to the tusk. Okay. I mean, it's not giving me any feedback at all. Which makes me think I'm just supposed to know the combination. It's not like other puzzles where you try and activate it and then it tries to do something but fails in a visual way, and then you can deduce from there how it is that you get it to do what you want. It's just making a clicking noise and not doing anything. It's as though I'm supposed to know something that I don't. These games always manage to turn over every rock in search for a clue. Is that a hint? I wonder. In my experience in Ribbon, we looked everywhere, though we had the information already. Okay. So I already have the information, do I? A little concerning. Oh, I didn't know I could do that. I feel like that's important information, but I'm not sure how. Perhaps not for the puzzle I'm currently on, but... So what? 4 of the orange ones equals the weight of a blue one? Is that what that's telling me? Yes. And 4 of the blue ones equals the weight of a dark blackish orange. One time I played with a friend of mine in Portal 2 co-op chambers and he wanted to solve the last puzzle and I let him be stuck on it forever. I see. Hello Ziggity. How are you? Also, I'm good. Okay, I think I need to admit defeat and ask for another hint. Doing great good. That's excellent. So yes, I'd like another hint if possible. I don't think I'm going to get it on my own. Not in anything resembling a sensible amount of time anyway. Hmm. What sort of hint could I have been given? I don't believe... Unless the solution is only based on the 8 angles that are already defined by these lines, I don't think the solution is going to be in the form of a series of numbers or anything like that. Because there's too many possibilities. So it'd probably have to have been something graphical. Something visual. I may need to look up a hint. Notice that each of the three... notice in each of the 3 rooms there's a control panel. You can move the knobs on each of these panels. You may have seen similar knobs on 4 circles somewhere. Okay. I think that's enough of a hint for now. This does seem like the most likely place that something like that would be found. Or the book, maybe. Doesn't look like it. Certainly quite a lot of circles there, but no sign of anything even remotely resembling one of the 4 knobs. I mean, there's these sort of designs, but again, nothing that's obviously come in 4s. Nope, still nothing. Oh well, I'm gonna have to resort to another hint, aren't I? Perhaps I just haven't seen these circles yet. They're in the wooden tower in the centre of the island. Understood. Okay, so that's why I couldn't... That's why I was stuck. That's my next destination, not the tusks off to the side. Hello. I didn't know this was accessible. I recognize this from the diagrams in the book. Not sure I should be messing around with this though. Well, obviously I should be, but I don't feel qualified. Interesting. So I wonder if that's the key. I need to change these so that they look like what's in the book. But before then, I'm gonna, because I changed some of it, I'm gonna bring the cage, the lift, I'm gonna bring the lift back down and make sure everything's okay. Seems to be alright. Let's send it off again. Okay. That's presumably what I'm supposed to be doing then. Hold on. That's telling me there's 3 different levels, isn't there? That's what those lines are. Okay. So this one should be as far down as it can go. And these should be in those positions. With any luck, I'll now be able to enter the top area? Presumably? Well, it'll certainly be interesting to see what it's changed. Nothing there. Alright, let's go back down. I can't figure out what that's done. Right, let's have another look. This is supposed to be in that position. What's that trying to tell me? Perhaps it's supposed to be detached? I can't quite tell. Okay, the one with... How do I distinguish these? That looks like it's more sticky outy, but I'm not sure if it actually is supposed to be or not. I think it's telling me the one that's closest to me... Hold on. Yeah, so 2 of them are supposed to be sticking out. And the one that's closest is supposed to be in. Let's try that and see what happens. Nothing obviously seems to have changed. Oh, hello. That's definitely changed. I think I've done it. Is this the angle I want to be at? Oh, well, we'll find out when I'm up there. And he's off. And he's stored the linking book out of my grasp. Wonderful. Let's have a quick save. Here we go. Cirrus and Akana. The walls run red with steam and strangling branches. I see their bloated faces laughing at everything. I remember how they lied. I remember what they did. They brought me here to die. I followed them. The lattice roots were black from too much overgrowth. Puffer spores floated up in the hot steam and burst. No one was there to guide the spores to the branches. No one was waiting to perform the ritual weaves. The fighting had torn my people apart. They didn't care. They didn't care. They wanted Narayan to die. Narayan. Sorry. They wanted Narayan to die. I've done it. I have used his swirling linking book to follow him. I touched my palm to its glowing panel and felt the tingling begin. Wait, this is... Oh, it's added pages to the existing journal. Understood. So I was missing pages. I think it only added that first page. Actually, should be able to determine that, shouldn't I? At least fairly accurately, because I wrote down all the numbers I'd encountered up to that point, assuming they are numbers. When I was trying to decode these symbols. So that one definitely wasn't there before, but that one was. This one was there before. This one was there before. This one was there before. And so was this one. This one was there before. And then there's nothing new. Okay. So indeed, it's only added a single page. Okie dokie. What else have we got here? What can I interact with? Red, blue, green.
My sons, I promise to teach you the secrets of my ages. This world is the first step on your journey. Search the island, and you'll find 3 linking books. Each connects to an age in which you must work with.
Hello, Atreus. Been a long time. Sorry I'm not there to greet you in person, but I just didn't think it would be wise, considering how long I've been stuck here. Trapped in these lesson ages by 2 very greedy little boys. Your sons, Atreus, Cirrus, and Achenar. Of course, they're not so little anymore, not so innocent. I thought a lot about innocence these last few years and what happens when it gets lost. Worried about relation? I have it. Worried about friends, relatives, people you can't get back. I know just how you feel. But if you want to do something about it, you're going to have to open this device. And there's just one problem. I've changed the 3 symbols that do that. So if you want to reclaim relation, you're going to have to take your own class. Find the 3 symbols, Atreus. And don't keep me waiting forever.
This man does not seem particularly psychologically healthy. Also, seems a bit what's the word? Megalomaniacal for Atreus to have his lessons for his sons projected on a massive scale onto the ceiling. Perhaps that's just me. Oh, I do hope I haven't just... No, surely that wasn't my only... I was going to say, I do hope I haven't, by moving it, I haven't done away with my only chance to see the actual combination, but that seems unlikely. How do I know how far in it's supposed to be, though? I hope I haven't messed it up. Notice the yellow dots. There's one more relay. Maybe relay isn't the proper word. One, two, three. That's the three of them. We can skip that. Has that reset it? Hold on, let me put it into a state where I'd know for certain. So those two line up. Let's see if they stay lined up after I activate this again. They do. Okay. That's presumably going... Wait, what is that going to do? That's going to send the lift down without me. That's not all that helpful. I'm definitely missing something here, aren't I? Ah, that's what I was missing. Hold on, does each of these have... Is each of these within view of one of the doors? Well, that's one of the tasks. It can't see the door, though. Not from that angle. Okay, I think I understand. So let's begin taking some notes. Let's start by making a copy of this funny old symbol. Close enough. Now, how on earth am I supposed to determine how zoomed in I'm supposed to be, though? It almost makes me wonder if there's a copy of this symbol somewhere. It is there. So I superimpose them. That makes sense. Right, that seems to be about right. Which of those two is outermost? It's that one, isn't it? Okay. That one has been recorded now. Yep, that one's been recorded. I should be able to reproduce that. Okay, got a copy of that. Superimpose this one. So somewhere in that range. That looks about right, doesn't it? Yeah, that looks about right. Right, let's record that one then. So, outermost one, that must be you. Next one, that must be you. Next one, that must be you. And then finally you. Yep, I think that's right. Right, let's get a copy of this symbol as well. So, that's been copied. Now let's line it up. Where am I lining it up with? There. Hopefully that's roughly right. Okay. Outermost one, that's you. Next. Next is you. Then that one. Then finally that one. Hold on, I might go back and make a second copy of those positions. Slightly differently. Let's see, if that's 90 degrees, that's 45. That's 22.5, so that must be 200 and 2.5, followed by, wait, that's the second one, isn't it? That's the first one, I think. No, that's the first one. That's the second one. Followed by That's 270, followed by this one, which is about 180, and this one's 90. Okay, this one again. Outermost one is, that's going to be 337.5, I think. Must be. Followed by, that's 112.5. Then it's 180. Then it's 270. I'm copying this down both visually and in numbers to reduce the likelihood we have to come back here. Reduce the likelihood of mistakes. What's that? That's the second one. That's 180. That's 225. That's 247.5. Yeah, it must be. Then the next one. Hold on, that one. That one must be that one, which is about 180. Then that one, which is 225. There we go. Now watch me make a mistake despite having doubled up my notes. Wonderful. Right, let's make sure I have all these combinations correct. What's the combination to this one? Again. Right. Let's see. So apparently the top one, should be about here. Next one should be about here. Next one should be about here. And the one after that should be about here. Voltaic, eh? Thank you, Yusha. Now, given how late this stream is, how late it is and how long the stream's been going, I'm probably just going to verify that I've got all the combinations and wrap up for tonight. But that is satisfying. Where to next? Down here. No. Here. Here we go. So top one here. Next one here. Next one here. Next one here. Looks like that one's correct as well. What's this? A materia. I should be writing these down, shouldn't I? I'm not sure why I wasn't. Very nice. Very interesting. And there is a final one, isn't there? Down here. Round here. Thank you, Yusha. In here. Okay. This one. Top one. Here. Next one should be here, I think. No, here. No, I was right the first time. Here. Next one should be here. Next one should be here. What do we have here? Adana. Wonderful. So I have access to all the training ages, it would seem. Okay, let's have a quick save. And I think we'll wrap up there. So thank you for coming, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll be streaming again tomorrow from 4 o'clock. That's London time, I suppose. I'll also be streaming on Monday, in which I will, same time, in which I'll presumably be continuing with Myst 3. I can't imagine I'll have Myst 3 finished in just one more session. Then Wednesday will be my normal poetry, prose and riddle stream. Then we get back round to Friday, in which again I'll be continuing, well, either with Myst 3 or if it is complete by then, probably the next game in the Myst series. So once again, thank you all for coming, and I hope you all have a wonderful night. Good night.